What up? It's crazy how I just tested this and then it was working, but then when I start the stream, then the audio doesn't work, and then I have to reconnect it. But it's fine. We got it. We got it working. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Um, we are back with some more of the devil. For a quick recap from last week. Basically, what had happened was we successfully lawyered and proved the innocence of our client just to show, but then a twist event, we knew they were innocent because we, and by we I mean the protagonist of this story, was actually the killer. So I wasn't that surprised, but it was kind of crazy that that just happened. And so now we're just jumping right in. Like, what's going to happen now? Like, are they going to find out that it is the lawyer all along? I was wondering where the audio was. I know, I literally had it connected, and then I started the countdown, and then I was like, wait, the audio is literally not playing, even though I literally just tested it. But yeah, as always, I'm tired. Sirens woke me up last night and I didn't get a stream yesterday, so I'm doing Persona Wednesday. Ugh, we hate a siren moment. That sucks. Hopefully you can get a good night's rest tonight. But I'm excited for Persona. I hope I can tune in. I feel like I've missed so much lore. There's like so much story that I've missed. How am I doing? I'm doing well. We had a long weekend, so like it was nice to like chill and like do nothing, and like we went to San Diego just to like hang, you know. It was nice. So it's nice because that means the work week this week is also shorter. So love that for me. Other than that, pretty much the same as always. We got Sonic today. I will be tuned in for Sonic. We love a Sonic moment. But yeah, I don't know how much more of this game there is. Like, I thought it might be over, but then it was revealed that, lo and behold, I was the killer all along. And so now there's another character in the mix, another lawyer in the mix, the prosecutor. So we're gonna see maybe if Morgan here gets caught. So let's just, okay. Is it loud? Because it's so loud for me. So what had happened was Emma came in and said, when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, my ears perked up, but that's about all. Oh yeah, and so we're about to gamble. And it's so stressful, like it's like the music and like the idea of like losing my credits, my card, my chips, you could say. But we don't have the profile for this new, oh we do, Emma Rockford, okay. I feel like she's gonna be like up on our ass, like she's gonna be trying to prove that we're guilty maybe. Speaking of gambling, I am re-addicted to Bellagio since my stream last week. Uh-oh. The addiction has reignited. What made you maybe you just needed the break, like the time away made it so that now you can have like a second wind, you know what I mean? I see that. Stayed up till 3 a.m. from Bellagio? Uh-oh. Second wind. Okay. I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. Sorry, what? She's like low-key like in my business, I feel. Emma. The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks she's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. But I can answer that any number of ways. It could have been flat. Should I do the jacket? That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about, his dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. Ooh, she had actually had more evidence than me. So she's gonna be a problem. She's gonna be a problem. That night I played a couple rounds and I beat a gold stake and scored 100 million chips in one hand. Damn, she got hands. Yeah, this girl is gonna be a big, big problem. I mean, in last stream, we already established that Miss Emma here is like the best lawyer there is, and like Morgan is actually second to Emma. So I feel like she's gonna like find some evidence that points it to Morgan, and that's gonna be the big issue. She got all that from a glance. Like, I was working my ass off trying to get this evidence, knowing full well that he was innocent, but I just needed like the evidence to prove it, but she got all that easy peasy. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Question mark? Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. I guess I can ask about profiling. Or their MO. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I've found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kinda look like me. Oh? Do they? Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. She low-key is on my ass. Like, I feel like she's saying this all vaguely, but she's basically dropping hints like, I think it's you, girl. On the contrary, I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other five were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish and cowardly and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. She's literally up my ass right now. Like, she's like someone who hates to lose, and that's literally you. Like, you hate to lose, Miss Morgan. You killed them because you're jealous of me? I mean, seriously. Your profile tells you your profile tells you all that? That? No. That part's just takes one to know one. So this profiling, it's some kind of an investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggests they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right. That's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. She's literally dropping so many hints. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I almost feel like Morgan's gonna get so pissed about, like, the low-key backhanded, like, things that Emma's saying about the killer. I feel she might slip. I feel she might slip. I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta statistics analysis. Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Chart out the dips in... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. Morgan's catching all these hints and she's sweating. Like, she is actually sweating. I feel like her poker face is not as strong as she thinks it is. It was only good against those cops who don't really know what they're talking about. But since Emma is like pro-lawyer, it's getting a little tense. In episode 1, you're gonna be Emma? I sure hope so, because she seems like the smartest person who lives in this universe. Because Morgan's getting locked up. No, she for real is. She definitely is, right? Like, I feel like at the end of this, there's no way Morgan's not getting locked up. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. Question mark? I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. I feel like, okay, so she's low-key trying to bait her. This is what I really think. I really think Emma basically suspects it's Morgan. And she's low-key trying to bait her into, like, doing one more crime. Like, almost like, it is almost like a gamble. Like, I bet I could kill one more person. But I don't know, because she literally already said that this was her last crime and she would be done. But I also feel like she could be emotionally swayed by her, like, competitive aspect with Emma. So, like, I wonder. I really wonder. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. I missed something a random Amazon employee was asking. Shit, these profiles are interesting. I just think, what I was saying was, I think Morgan, or like Emma's trying to bait Morgan a bit. Because she was like, I don't have enough evidence unless there were more crime scenes in the future. And Morgan's all like, in her head, she's like, that was my last hoorah. I'm not gonna kill any more, and then this case is just gonna get dropped. But I feel like something is gonna shift. I feel like somehow Emma's gonna get into Morgan's head and it's gonna go south. Episode 0 end? Wait, there's no way. Android. Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. Who is this? New character introduced? There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really, educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Huh? Oh my god, I have to purchase episode 1 and play now! What do you mean? So it was almost done. And he shall appear. To be continued in... You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. There's so many new characters. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after, too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long, but it's a million times more likely than the alternative that Heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart, but when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Whoa. Should I download episode 1 right now? Oh, my results. 2 articles. 6 profiles. 18 key terms. 17 pieces of evidence. 30 credits earned. Congratulations, you finished episode 0 with 30 credits. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. And I have 30 store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors! What does that mean? Bonus scenarios. Whoa, wait, should I play these bonus scenarios? What do I do? Okay. Should I play the... Okay. Should I play the bonus scenarios or should I just do episode 1? Who is this android character? They really got my ass. Give me a second. I'm probably gonna buy episode 1. But I'm gonna play the bonus scenario and see what it has. Let's do yeah, let's do a London interview. I don't know what it entails. Maybe it's just like extra content? I considered that, so I'm not your first choice. You are the first one who hasn't walked away. So this is not Morgan, or who is this? Come to think of it, I should probably... So what are your 3 sizes? Have you been opening with that? Should I not? Do you have any pets? Afraid not, would need 1 or 2. Or 3 promotions to afford that kind of thing. Are pets that expensive? Only if you care about them. Well, the orange name was Android right at the end of the game. I think so. I think that was... Well, I don't have the profile for Android, but I think that was the case. Maybe if I found a place closer to the park. Have you ever owned any automated dependents? Not had the chance. Would you own one if you could? Maybe one of the little vacuum ones. Anything more complicated than that is... If you find the owner's manual is intimidating, there are video-based tutorials I could show you. I'm not worried about the ease of use, don't worry. When I say complicated, I mean, it's like what I said about pets. Fine to leave a goldfish in a tiny bowl. Time it takes to swim half a lap, it'll have forgotten what the first half looks like. Not a very tall hierarchy of needs there, easy to please. But a cat, a dog, I don't want to be at work thinking about how bored they are sitting at home. Me, oh my god, that's why I feel like I can't get a pet until I'm like 65 years old. Like, unless I can be home literally all day, every day, I feel like I can't justify it at this point. Today's ads are a lot smarter than dogs about most things. That's a very thoughtful perspective, Detective London. It's a moot point anyway. I'd need to get hit by a city bus to afford any of the new stuff Noble's selling. I wonder if this, like, bonus scenes are just, like, more question or, like, more details about these characters that we don't really know much about. So, like, we're learning more about their perspective on the world and, like, more about their lore and stuff. 2 cats easy. 2 cats plus automatic feeder. It's just like the idea of being responsible for something else is like, I don't think so. I need to have a lot of time and like a lot of resources to justify that. Like, if I want to play with a little kitty, I'll like play with my friend's cat for like 30 minutes. Then I'm like kind of over it. Like if I had a cat here or dog here like 24/7, like listen, I like animals, but like what if I just want to sit and I don't want to like pay attention to something else? But like if you have an animal here, bro, you always have to be thinking about it. Anyway, I do think these bonus scenarios are kind of just like a little deeper dive into these side characters. No, you're thinking of the sheltered generation. Sheltered as in sheltered upbringing? Or shelter in place? There was a lot of uncertainty during their childhood. So when they grew up, they wanted surety, safety, stability. Wanted to know that their heat would stay on in the winter. And their politics reflected that. But that was all before my time. My generation is a little more, well, Generation Zen. That's what they called us in their think pieces. Even-tempered, mentally strong, and more than a little cynical. You disagree? It wasn't a matter of mindfulness. We just grew up without false expectations. Our vision wasn't clouded with illusions about impossibilities like home ownership or retirement. We realized early on that we'd be working right up until we die. Detective? Unrealistic expectations. Some people call that hope. To see your friends, your classmates drowning every day in that kind of mire, and then have to listen to people 3 times your age go on about how enlightened today's youth are? Gen Zen. It's not a name I'm particularly fond of. So how long have you been in law enforcement? Too long. And how long have you been with the homicide department? Not that long by comparison. Sorry, don't mean to be overly vague. If you really want to know, I spent the bulk of my career over in arson. Was it different from homicide? Flashier, I'd say. Everyone jokes that homicide solved themselves in a city with this many cameras. Meanwhile, fraud and disinfo are so entrenched in the tech arms race they barely come up for air. But arson really hasn't changed much in the modern era. Fire is still very good at destroying evidence. You can't expect the drone net to sweep into burned rubble and bring you back out the culprit's fingerprints and driver's license. It's a lot of legwork, a lot of interviewing, and since more than half the culprits we caught were burners helping Megs commit insurance fraud, we spent a lot of time making friends and enemies in high-rise corporate boardrooms. Megs. Just slang for mega corporations, which is also just slang. At what size does a corporation become mega? It's not really about gross revenue or how many countries you operate in. If you're big enough to crush people, you're a meg. An apex predator among apex predators. Like the Otodus megalodon of the Miocene epoch. Hey, that's... Wait, is that where it comes from? Okay, we're genuinely just like asking this guy questions. So I might not do the other ones. I might do those on my own time. And then we'll just hop into episode 1. So why are you working in the homicide department? What's that? Why'd you leave arson? The smoke. The smoke? Just got to a point where I couldn't stand the smell. Oh, are we done? Playback complete. All right. I'm gonna buy episode 1. Let me see. I don't have my billing information saved for some reason, so I have to enter it all right now. All right. I'm gonna install this content. Install content. Okay, I'm gonna close the game and then I'm gonna install the new content and then we're gonna be fine and dandy. Okay, here we go. I love this drawing for episode 1. So if I just continue, when was the last time I don't think I saved. I guess the latest one was this one. Oh wait, hold on. Start episode 1. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Oh, hell no. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly will be increased, but the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart the episode. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. Bro. Should I just be a baller? Should I just be a real high roller? Because I low-key am a save scummer, but then the thing is, if like last episode, I would save, but then I never would go back to the old saves. Like, whatever happens, happens, right? Like, if I lose all my money, I'd have to restart anyway. So maybe I'll be a high roller. Fuck it. We're gonna play like a real gambler. Should we do it? This is for the perfectionist versus the real gambler. Okay, well, I feel like we can just start off high roller, and if it's actually too crazy, we can turn it off at any time, right? So let's just try it. I feel like I got the hang of it. And I can still pause. I think they're still pausing. You just can't save multiple slots. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Disable tutorials. You can turn them back on in settings. I'll keep them on. Just so we can get a refresher. Oh my god, so let me just save right away so I can just see like what it looks like. Great. Great. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here goes everything. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over? Figures you've noticed. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes, probably curse them out. Yeah, haha, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Haha, why not? Two friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Oh my god, what? Glassin'? What's going on? I wonder if we're just like a bunch of new characters, I think. Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Fuck off, copper. Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before you can say we're Oh. Morgan! Hey, girl! What's up? Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you. 2, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it. Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed, and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So, does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street. And fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. You can't work the piler without Schwinn up on the roof, so... I don't know, take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station. A passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking? The small woman beside him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days. His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls out her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. Shh. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he's stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm, while a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block. Get her some air, would you? Apparently, this call can't wait, and is louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seem to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers, if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else, you're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. Sorry, I wanted to read that. I wanted to read that. Did she kill someone else? Ain't no way. There's no way, right? There's no way. She just can't help herself. She really just can't help herself. Derogatory word for androids, okay? So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. She literally can't help herself because I went out and did a murder. Is that what she meant? Yeah, I think that's what she meant, because she was literally like, that was my last murder and this case will be the end of it. But now since she did another murder, her overly smart lawyer frenemy is gonna have more evidence and it's gonna just point back at her, like. But the psycho killer in her couldn't help it, I guess. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Oh, maybe this is the prequel. This is her buying... Oh my god, maybe we're gonna follow the killer. Like the killer arc. Unless this is her buying another gun for her future killings. An idle mind. Dun dun dun. Locks Retail. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Sup? Desk personality setting 6. The cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. It's gotta be a new one? Maybe, I guess so. She's actually sick. She's sick. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. She really just said that to the android who's running this shop? Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. Unless she's going to really buy some ancient metal gun, would they even sell an old gun? That's true. I don't know. I guess now she's just going to buy a regular gun that's fine for normal citizens to hold. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know, but for concealed, it'd have to at least be small enough to... This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. I'll just be patient, it's fine. It's fine. Let her do her spiel. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulders sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. These ones are all like futurized and like they know as soon as it's shot. Yeah, exactly. But she knows the type of guns. I feel like there's still some use for these where she might be killing someone. Electromagnetic pulse models. Feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet, but they also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which slings a slug fast enough to mist a limb at over 30 meters. I'm sorry. To shoot or kill. Okay. Thanks for that. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. Two-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Yeesh, would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay for someone to sweep it up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory, really? They got a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. Oh my gosh, okay. I gotta read everything because now that I'm in high roller mode, I actually have to know everything. A renowned net philosopher, Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark. Now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spent all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. Wait, you turned High Roller on? Risque? Yeah, I did. I mean, I figured I wouldn't do a run-through or a playthrough of the same episode again. And so, like, I might as well just go all in. And if it actually is really crazy, I can turn it off. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12-6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Oh my god, more news. Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross posts on 90 different socials, translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack, as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? Lobo, again, or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics. Politics making demands for de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobos voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in these regions' politics anytime soon. Well, I made money from that. I'm smart. See, it's a good thing I actually read that freaking article. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdoll. The big bad wolf was here. You are welcome for clearing out this cache of soy slop before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. To whatever dumbass dishwater script kitty they yelled at to come fix this, a word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slackjaws, screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in their search history. Find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. Wow. There's a lot of lore even within, like, searching on the phone. Alright, what else we got? There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is the gun store after all. Power is always political. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we've received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system, along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or... No, they wouldn't risk fake news? But why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the fields of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe, trying to authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. What? 9:41 a.m. July 1st. Okay, so this is after. This is after the events of episode 0. Makes sense. I feel like I should save. Did it save? Okay. The gun was light, lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Morgan's apartment. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I'm not sure why it matters that person died, but that was the CEO of like basically the company that runs the entire world. I feel like maybe we'll learn more about why that specifically matters to Morgan, because she seemed a little in disbelief. Like, rather than just believing that, she was like, that has to be misinformation. I don't know why she is like so adamant. Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic, and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stubby old men with bad, expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. I was friends with David Asher? Is that true? The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble. Auto-edited montages. Ill-fitting quotes. Reaction to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. Their raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? A phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Oh, Morgan, hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling. Who asked me to call her? Hi, Jess. Oh my god, there's too much going on. Let me look at all the things we just saw. So first of all, we got Jessica Starling, who just called. New person. Executive assistant at Noble Electronics. So probably worked for David Asher. Then we got David Asher, the lead programmer. Oh, not the CEO, just the lead developer at Noble Electronics. And then that's it, okay? David Asher was a renowned computer scientist at Noble Electronics. Wow. Okay. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have. Duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant about other noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but it's all right, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself, and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved? They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Nobles got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need? A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here, to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry. It's not like that. Oh. No, please, don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. That's gonna turn out to be the killer. That's gonna turn out to be what kills me. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? Well, this is gonna go badly. Not me showing up at the crime scene because the executive assistant was like, why don't you swing on by? Why can't the executive assistant come and bring it to me? Why do I have to go to the apartment and then look like a weirdo? It's not right. In transit. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges into a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopies always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added onto, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Currently texting with Witch. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. R.I.P. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot, ha ha ha. We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. So this has to be like an older family member, right? If it's filial piety. So it turns out they're not actually the CEO. They were the lead software programmer for the company. Which honestly basically means that they created all of the things. No wonder she's a psycho. I mean, I don't know what's going on here with the narrative. True, true. Went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. Ha 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 ha. Wait, so like we never learned about like that other kid she was texting. Like I'm assuming like her sister or sibling or cousin or something. And I feel like that's what's happening here. Like this must be like the mom question mark? I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the combo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it, XD. This is me asking you for advice. Okay, I guess this never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that owned their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. I don't understand what she's talking about. Like, I don't really understand what where the conversation's going. Hello? I can't click anything. Oh, I see. I can't save during a conversation like this. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking. Fucking? Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Ha ha ha. This is literally such a crazy combo to have with your mom. But I feel like who else could it be, right? It has to be a parent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Okay, so maybe your mom used to have, like, be a sex worker. Is that what that is? Right? That's what they're talking about. Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got blank deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got caught blank, blank, blank up the blank of Annie Life's 45 poster girl. So what's a Meg? I thought they said Megs were mega corporations. Yeah, Megs are mega corporation. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand what this conversation is about right now. Like, what is the information that I'm trying to glean? But then, like, I wanted to know if they had any run-ins with people from Noble? God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vent. Ha 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 ha. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is get whatever you're owed, then get out of there fast as blank, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. Oh, it's Auntie. Okay, there we go. Mom is not mom, but Auntie is spitting bars. Honestly, it makes more sense for this to be the aunt. Like, I feel like sometimes, I feel like aunts can be, like, out of pocket. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter, LOL. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Xmas party. Oh, not the photo proof. What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Gen Alpha is the kids right now. I mean, I think that's consistent with like the year, because this is like 2086. So Gen Alpha would be like the old people in 2086. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. We've got a couple more minutes of crawling through the Canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Okay, so this is our ant. Classic ant behavior. The ant likes handsome men, pretty women, and expensive liquor. Period. Okay. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses and a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm. But if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about... Hold on. I was curious about that headline. I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just writing sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world, and they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. No, literally upper management's never happy. Like, they had a killer story that made their PR, like, so, like, you know, the public is really gonna love this, but they don't even care. Yeah, upper management's never happy is that point blank end of conversation. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. She has asthma. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right, he was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid, even when he had every right to be. If he wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers, each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's a very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night? They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they kept it under wraps that long? I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night? Right, last night. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seemed pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent my last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning. It me. Is that like Twitter? Is that like a tweet she sent while she was at the crime scene? Bro. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech. Yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I'd guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital? That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room. But other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason, or... Hard to think about, I know. Yeah, or hard to believe. Her lawyer brain is spinning. She's like, this can't possibly just be as plain as simple as it's coming off. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we call the company dorms back then, on account of all the people. Ah. Plus, it was underground. Ah. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with? Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him, Dr. David Asher directly. On a random Tuesday morning like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday? Thursday afternoon. I'm getting info. When I get a chip, that means I got good info. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. The day before yesterday, so it's Saturday. I can do math. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right. Thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when he met, he had already decided? It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. This is such a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. Like, there's hundreds of people surrounding this very famous dead person's building, and now these two people, I mean, yes, we're his friends and like colleagues, but like, we're just gonna stroll into his house and just like open a safe? Like in front of everyone? How does that make sense? Platia. Platia. Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, there's always been people with strong feelings about our products. Androids step forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerge from the crowd to join them. Didn't Jess say she needed to make sure you got it and the police didn't, or would the police not take it? I don't know. She just said that he said no one else should handle it and only Morgan should open it with her own hands and eyes or whatever. But like, if the police and detectives have been there since last night, I don't see... I mean, it's not like part of the evidence, so they wouldn't need to search his safe necessarily, but I feel like it's like weird to like just stroll in while they're still doing whatever investigations they're doing and just like be like, boop, let me open the safe or whatever. But I guess if they say it was like David's wishes or something. All of them built by Noble, all of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble, wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning, and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part, I think. It's weird. Definitely is weird, but yeah, it's what he wanted. I just feel like it's like something is weird because he requested that from Jess. Literally one day later he died. And then now here we are. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Excuse me? Hold on. The company will have you set for life and after? What does that mean? Girl? What does that mean? The afterlife? The lore is too much. Like, I don't know. There's too much going on. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability, everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? Ha ha ha. No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse's basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him... oh! London! I think it was just them handling the funeral process. Maybe so, but when it flashes the scary red text, it just feels like that means Morgan's involved somehow in an evil way. Like, that's what happened in episode 0, and I feel like something's pointing to episode 1, her still being some kind of murderous psycho. But the story here is much different. Like, I thought it was going to be like another murder investigation, but maybe it is a murder investigation because we don't know for sure how he died. So we'll just have to see. Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain. Huh, you're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She's taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why? You miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling, meet homicide detective Qasim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow. Me, sweetheart? Not her, like, low-key having a crush on London. I didn't see the flashier text since I'm mostly listening. My guess based off the end of the first game is that Morgan was working with this guy / company to kill specific people for some reason. But that was just because she was talking to an android named Android. Ooh, that is a good hypothesis. Because she definitely was working with Asher. And was definitely friendly with him. Like, very friendly with him. And then I don't really know, though, like, what was the dealings with the company that she, or like, what is her... I don't know what her actual thoughts are on the androids and all that. Like, she kind of likes to make fun of them, but she doesn't hate them like some people. Something wrong, Starling? Huh? No, nothing wrong. Question mark, question mark, question mark. But close as we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of you two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, detective, sir, from legal, which allows us... That's all right, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, detective. All right, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions? Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. Okay. The noble stock is down. We got new info about London. All right, let's talk about the investigation. Why not? I've been checking my phone, but the only thing that news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details. No, thank you. For not letting them make this into a I read that wrong. No, thank you for not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective, Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash. Yeah, well, sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. Uh-huh. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. Well, we at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless because unlike us, they're all insured. And oh my goodness. Pixis21. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? I am deep in episode 1. Like, I feel like there's so much reading involved. Like, I really feel like I'm reading a book right now. Besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True, nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. I'm doing great. I was finishing episode 0, and then it ended way faster than I thought, so I had to jump right into episode 1. So I'm having a good time with this game. How are you? Thanks for stopping in. That's right, Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other, sharing your toys. Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? Wait, I just got a thing for Megs. Derogatory term for mega corporations and people who work for them. Okay. Easy. You can replace the word Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. Love. Love, love, love. Why don't you have any overlay? Your stream would be cool if you get one. I was thinking about it, but I kind of like just having the game take up the full screen. Like, I feel like most overlays require like part of the screen to be blocked, or the game has to be a little smaller. But maybe I would consider one for like my camera, I guess, but it's not like a priority for me. You know, I just kind of like, I like it simple. Your stream would be the same. You can adjust it with overlay. I mean, I've considered it. I just haven't really like done it, you know? That's like many things with my stream. I haven't like fine-tuned everything, you know? How well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security. They've given us access and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before I can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they gave you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you their full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to a building's net. But that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true? Asher really never owned a single android? What's your favorite color? I would say in my personal life, my favorite color is probably blue. But if you're talking about like what color I like to use on my streams, I kind of had like a purple theme going, but now I feel like my theme is like rainbow gradient. So I don't know if that's a cop-out, but I would say my personal favorite color is blue. What about you? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they open their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. Jess seems a little nervous. Just saying. I don't know if that's just her demeanor. Looking tired. I was wondering if you use blue in your streams, it wouldn't be that good, like you said. And about purple, it'd be good because it kind of matches your stream. And rainbow's good color for your stream. Yeah, like my other screens have like a rainbow gradient situation, but for this, like the main game screen, I don't really have like an overlay in mind, you know? It probably would be like the rainbow gradient thing, since that's like what all my other screen colors are, like my BRB and like my countdown and end screen and all that. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if you got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. I'm an artist, graphic designer. What would you say about that? I'm okay. Like, I like to do my own graphics when I do make graphics, just because, like, that's, like, my personality and, like, at the size of stream that I curate, you know? I'm not technically a graphic designer. I just, like, use online tools and do, like, really basic stuff. Because, like, for my streams, like, I don't get crazy with it. I just have, like, really general stuff that, like, reflects my personality. I'm not, like, necessarily trying to be super professional with how everything looks. You have basic knowledge? Yeah, I guess I have basic knowledge. I would say I have basic knowledge. All right, now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here, but we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement, David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof. So its basement would be second to last floor if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. Why she's sweating. Also, I do think it was interesting that she mentioned the kitchen and parlor, like she knew that that was where the crime scene was. Like, that was kind of suspicious. That was kind of suspicious. Lebby! Hello, Lebby! How are you doing? Also, like, is it just me or does this girl kind of look like you, Lebby? I was also wondering maybe Morgan killed her friend. Morgan killed her friend? Oh. Jess's friend? Interesting. Like me? A little bit, am I wrong? I feel like you could pull off a high pony like this. I'll take it, thank you. I mean, she's kind of giving. Like if you switch this shirt out for like a pink shirt, I think it would be more similar. I feel like I've been reading or like I've been playing episode 1 for a long time and I still feel like I don't know what's going on. Like there's too much lore. I'd be wearing turtlenecks for real. We love a turtleneck up in here. Like I kind of like I enjoy where I live in a warm climate, but I do enjoy a turtleneck moment. Like when it is cold and I can put on a turtleneck, like love that. Love that for me. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside, and its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. Interesting. Line number 00654. Did she say this out loud? It's almost like it got like this line was caught on some kind of elevator surveillance system. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. Man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. 10:32 a.m. I see you were also accosted about buying an overlay. Like, I think my overlay looks really good, right? I mean, like, personally, I feel like all the designs I've made look really, really good. I mean, like, could a graphic designer do this? Anyway. Noble Employee Housing Building. Platia. Penthouse. This is what? His laboratory? His shop, he called it. How down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never. Sarah, we can talk on Discord or any platform if you want help with overlays and stream stuff. Thank you for the offer, Pixis. I think I'm good, but I'm sure your graphics are really good. But I'm not like in the market for one. But thank you. As sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible. Promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. I think her current overlay is epic. I can't see her overlay. My current overlay is epic. It's just my webcam overlaid on the game with my chat overlaid on the bottom. I think it's pretty sickening. Right. At least she's already wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Look, if David had something to give to me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Great. After you. Right, quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but... I can keep pretty overlays on Rainbow. I'm okay, Pixis. We really do not need any self-promo or graphics for our channel at this time. And that's the end of that. Thank you. Did she fall? Caught myself. I'm okay. But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine. Said he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that this program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing, just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But her guide told me that. Her guide told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Oh, sorry. The entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there then? Yeah. Stands out, I guess. Ha ha ha. Mm-hmm. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps mostly, so... Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh no, oh no, how could I have? He didn't tell you or give you a code, or... He gave me the code to get into the building and the parking garage, but not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. This is so stressful. Like, I'm so stressed about this situation. Like, we're just here in his basement. This girl is frazzled. I shouldn't be here, probably. Sounds good. I'm about to be locked down here. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. How long have you been playing this game? I played it last stream. Last stream I played the entire first episode, basically. Episode 0. That was like 3.5-ish hours. And then I've been playing for however long this stream is. 2-ish hours. So, but this like new episode that I just started, I feel like it's gonna be really long. It's like a DLC. And there's like so much lore drop in this one compared to the previous one. And there's so much dialogue. So I don't really know how much longer there is. Definitely I won't finish it today. But this we have barely gotten to the investigation portion of this mystery. There's just episode 0 and episode 1. And then episode 2 is in development. But each episode is like basically an entire long game. So the first episode, episode 0, was like 4 hours. And so this one has to be at least 4 hours, but it feels like it's going to be longer than episode 0 based on how slowly the plot is going right now. Like, oh my god, we've been playing for almost 2 hours and we haven't really done anything related to like her lawyering. Lot of lore drop. Lot of lore. I feel like my voice is gonna be shot from all this reading. Looks like it's a Tethys Basics sturdy core, anti-hack, anti-digital, high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Okay, so... should I try getting lucky? I feel like I don't want to, like, touch the screen. For some reason, I just feel like I shouldn't. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Caught our security systems according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room? Damn, it's password protected too, and the code's 64 digits long. What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egg-headed? Okay, yeah, a programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. That's how Danganronpa is. I just checked my playtime for the 3rd game, and it took me 61 hours for 8 chapters. 61 hours! Oh my god. So that's like like almost 8 hours per chapter. That is a lot of game. That is a lot of game. I feel like if I'm craving a little more mystery, attorney style game, seems like Danganronpa has a lot of content. I almost feel like it's like too much content. We need to break that up, mama. Internet of Things. Crumbs are like cookies. They should just call them cookies at that point. Yay, crumbs are enabled by default. Okay. Guess it's the 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in the safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David likes games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. Oh shit. Oh shit. These weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with a stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on weights could be a clue! Oh my god, that's so true! David was not using these weights for themselves. Let me be clear on that. Making Kraft mac and cheese! Thank you, Levy, for the lyric. I hope your mac and cheese is so yummy. But there's too many and I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? Very big painting. And it's impressionist? No, cubicle. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche amongst the cubicleists? Or is that pronounced gauche? Predator is an oil on canvas painting by neo-abstract expressionist Mads Haystorp. Arguably his most well-known work, it was displayed for 9 months before he entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular mass of canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, he said, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." Whoa, maybe this date? Let's note that down as a potential. David's wine collection, still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Murdu Comp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here. And a lot of bottom shelf swill. The kind of bargain bin, vodka, and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia's sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. This flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you drag your feet on at a gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. All right, I've searched the whole room now. Time to make or break. I didn't write down the... I didn't write down the code. Was it 5011? Bro, I didn't write down the code. I can't even access my, was it like 11:05:58? I don't remember the middle two. No dice. What was it? Is it in my search terms? 11:25:58. Oh. 11:25:58. 11:25:58, the date the painting was signed. I thought that that would have a bigger consequence for me getting it wrong, but it didn't. But I'm a high roller, so in the future, I think I need to be writing these down. Just in case I have a moment of panic like that where I can't enter my phone. Okay, the date the painting was signed. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, What? How did you get it to open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl. It's the android. With a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring? Oh my god, this is getting kind of crazy. Like, maybe this is like a warm-blooded android. That's like really warm-blooded. I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable since... You seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, it's just that this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so, too. That presents a problem, then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn it around, or... I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First the vault, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play. And I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm going to step back into the lab for a moment, all right? Huh? Oh, sure. There's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. It might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files. Maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking the catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for her to try. Oh. I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. All right. Okay. Now then, if I were David and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything. Typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Well, not if he's doing warm androids. Then he needs, like, low-key... He does need to be a scientist. Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username? Vocal commands? David Asher? Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as a guest. It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search for on his computer? Android. Look yourself up? Okay, I will. Search files for Android. 60,000 results and counting. Yeah, okay. David would have a lot of files on Androids. I'll need to search smarter than that. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data, but I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format. Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight. All right, buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now, why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Ooh, maybe he used my DNA, so my DNA turns the android on. You know, like, only one person can do it. The person with this DNA. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense, but I'm gonna look up basement anyway. Oh, never mind. Morgan was all I needed. Diagrams of human anatomy, the hands are highlighted. Oh, maybe we gotta, like, shake hands. The most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations. But androids are expected to look like people and move like them too. Oop, no basement learning? Yeah, I guess that wasn't info that was helpful to the story. Getting the hands right must be a big priority on Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second and you've got the human brain. A computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine anyway. Haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer of some sort. It feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. All right, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what for the where and how. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Okay, so I think it definitely has to do with the hand, right? And then maybe shaking the hand or something. I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android's in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently, they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-referenced with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? It's gotta be the hand, right? It's gotta be the hand. There was that diagram back in his shop. Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Oh, it didn't work. Wait. What's up? Was Morgan the one who said she was doing the scans? What scans? I thought she said no one has her DNA. She says there's no way anyone has her DNA, but she was saying David could have gotten her DNA from when they hung out and like if they drank wine or something. But like she was saying her DNA is not in any other database and she made sure of it. I don't know about scans. Let's try lips. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there. Oh, that's still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Oh my god, it was the mouth. She's awake. Sarah. Oh my god, it's me. Gamomin. Line number 00108. Someone said, yeah, I've been doing the scans every week. Oh, I think Jess was doing the scans for the company. Like, the company does DNA scans. I don't know. Honestly, sometimes I just read the text and I don't absorb what they're saying. Morgan, long beat. Good morning to you too. This is like taken from the surveillance camera or like surveillance audio or what? Like what are we looking at here? It's like evidence. Cute. Hello, I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan, last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last. Father told me about you. Oh, father? That's when it gets freaky. That's when it gets freaky, is when it's like a weird family dynamic. Aw, he did? Wait, but father? David? You had it call you daddy? I am referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on. Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure, I'll give you two. Or, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model this lifelike, with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. Asher stole Morgan's DNA and made an android daughter of his and Morgan's. He literally did. Like, why did he literally make a warm android child and then be like, you're gonna take care of this android child now? I'm dead though, so peace out. Like, what is up with that? What is up with that? I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No, should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, do you know why you were created? Why you were born? Oh, this warm android is not the same as the others. He just built a straight up person. We're getting Ex Machina up in here. Whisper. Why? Why me? Why are you doing this? You're a freak. A monster. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please. Why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Oh, she had some traumatic flashbacks just now, or what was that? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's framework for programming linguistics in artificial systems, and the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, and international Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created, why you exist? Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. Emma did say serial killers have trauma. I mean, clearly she has some kind of weird flashback just now. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice, sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Why is she drooling? And she's like, she got ooh eyes. I almost feel like she like imprinted onto Morgan as her mom. You know, Sarah's reason for existence is probably more accurate. He wanted to make me. Yeah, I mean, like, that's for sure 100% accurate. Like, he had to spend time, resources, research, and all that and create this humanoid android. Whereas I feel like the reason for existence for every other human is a lot more fuzzy and vague. Do you also? Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. 0 for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. I mean, even for real kids, they just having fun and oops, a kid. I mean, yeah, like, you know, like, you never really know for sure, like, the genesis, like, if they really wanted you, like, did they really want you specifically, you know? I feel like it's a lot more, it's not like for sure, but for her, for Miss Android here, she definitely knows for sure that she was constructed in this lab. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any IDs of any designer. You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help, probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all the extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past... Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Damn, she just says she has gorilla grip. Mama. Why did he low-key just build like a war machine? This is kind of giving like every Marvel movie where they're trying to like genetically engineer a super powered weapon of sorts. And then it always goes badly. Like, I feel like that might not have been the intention, but like, why make her need to be able to grip 1,000 kilograms or whatever. This is $1 trillion robot. This has got to be the most expensive passion project of all time. He created the starter of the robot revolution. I'm saying he just created a little android robot that's mostly humanoid. Like, it's very, very similar to humans. Like, the organic materials and, like, I think the overall look. But then it's just, like, 3 million times stronger than the average human. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring-tight, strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. Question mark? As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful. And there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it. This thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design, refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea, not sure what to do with it, stick it in the pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with the numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? Question mark? That word you called me. What was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? Oh, no. No. Very good, Adonai. Why'd David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. He was kind of playing God. I mean, he already was playing God with these other androids, but now he wants her to play God? I don't know. I need to know more about Mr. Asher, and I need to know more about the relationship between Morgan and Asher, because I feel so lost. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then? Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not. He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. Okay, so she also can't turn on command only because I think he really did create this android to be like a person with their own personality and like their own kind of like they don't have a sole purpose to work. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not... The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me. Look, Sarah. I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearmint. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable. And a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Ha 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 ha. Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle. What they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. Oh, hell no! It's literally Ex Machina up in here. The transfer of favor does not go from... That does not how that works. That's not how it works. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal. You mean you will prove that Father did not... I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview, and I am far from useless. The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless... And I am also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess that'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? Oh, this is getting kind of crazy. Getting kind of crazy. Now that we're in it, we're really in it. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to the state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. All right. Not these two. Not our frenemies right now. So if they don't have asthma, they just take it because you can use it as a drug, kind of. It's almost like Adderall. Okay. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide, she's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? A few minutes later. I see. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. Okay. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me. I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, Detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. It's okay, girl. You can like a pop star. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous. Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am! Weren't you about to say something? Let me get that profile on Kaguya. Oh my god, she's a singer with lore. She's just like Luna for real. Cultural Reset music videos. She released her first single, Orbit. This is literally Luna. Like, this is Luna. And it went #1 on the Blogboard Top 100. Love. And then she has a secret identity. Okay. Kaguya Luna Tropic Tour tickets. Where to buy? I feel like if I was living in this time, I would probably be like Stan Kaguya. You know what I mean? Like, I would definitely be standing. Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Ha! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, that's... You're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter. That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality, assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died, how the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's, and it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me as a matter of record the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Oh my god, full name reveal. Evangeline as a first name is actually kind of crazy. Evangeline? Wait, I literally cannot read that fast. Like, what did that say? No, wait, seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kaguya's on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-old... Hey, feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. Her first name is Evangeline, and her last name is Morgan. So her real name is Evangeline Morgan, and we just got that name reveal because we needed it to seem official and legal. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing, a formality as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. It doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like, whether he was in his right mind or not? You know, anything about estate tax law, detective? No, but I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money? I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example, huh? Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say, there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching, and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes, by the end of the day, the whole country's going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by apparently an unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so? I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. They're all listening. They don't want to lose all their customers. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The courts should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Detective, would you get our clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. It worked! Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that, don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve. And protect. Phew! Thanks for the assist, Starling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? I think most are like her. They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yes, it comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right, well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck, both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now, probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate or overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing? What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? You were father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently. He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it, there was a PO something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in. I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man in person and online, with just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician. I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Time date expunged. It's been wiped. Welcome back, Anthony. It's getting crazy now. It's really, like, it's picking up now. The story is picking up. Detainment room 001. And who would you even have called? Who is this? I don't know. But I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? Want me to call you mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Heyo, we might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Is this like a flashback? Like, what's going on? My mac and cheese was great. I'm so jealous. I need a bite. I need a bite. My dinner for tonight is salad. How sad. Fascist pigs. Skipping school's a felony now? Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That was for my homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their passwords show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged the can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. Sometimes salads are epic. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie, I like a salad, but like just thinking about eating a salad is like, ugh, I don't wanna eat my salad. But then once I actually eat it, I do like it. It's like the concept of eating a salad is not as appealing to me as like any other food. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell, that doesn't count as good news. That's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So, how good are you at your job? Hello, Monker. Okay, so this was a previous client who's a hacker. Is that right? Is that what's going on with the little coochie bag? Coochie? It's pronounced Kuer. I know how it's pronounced. And don't call me that. When I met Fran in that police station, I couldn't help but bet that I'd landed the jackpot. Oh, Fran! Fran is, Fran's that kid we were texting. So it's not a sibling, it's just a past client who was a child. The Coochie. It literally says right here, Qucci. They got their, Coochie brand. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? Let me look at this. Like, how old is this person? Okay, so this is obviously a child, no age. Student and hacker, but don't put that down, obviously. They like haptics, synth music, cinnamon toast. They dislike teachers, politicians, adults, cops, and alarm clocks. Values rarity, originality, history, and vibes. Occur means heart. Sure. No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. Typical child, am I right? Typical teen. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun? Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I've got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I've got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Jordan vintage reps. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so... I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine. But if you insist on doing things from the top... I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh yeah? They've been really into the self prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh. And he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine, I get it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician? And knowing you, this will be Electro Swing or some other awful... Last name Powell or Parker? And that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles. Wait, Asher? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally. Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you? On time? A musician. Find him. Okay. I'm literally paying this little kid to, like, be my informant. But honestly, that's a good deal. That's a good deal for both of us. This kid needs money, and I need information. It's a good trade. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course, Father was... Yeah, I know you want to. But why should I let you? Because I am capable and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey, to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. You coming? Right away, Adonai. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Adonai? Pronunciation. Adonai. There we go. Adonai. $11:45. I think it's been like the amount of time I've spent playing this game is like how much time we've progressed in the actual story. Like literally 2 hours later. Penthouse dining room. Let me just save while I'm here. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gates Field Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. And there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Ah, they don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever Father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. I am, actually, because I don't know the difference. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made as opposed to mass-produced. In common parlance, however, designer drugs are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed. Any drug patented after must go through approval process, blah, blah, blah. This time lag creates a window of opportunity where an organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic. Riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, and more easily habit-forming drugs. Okay. The fact that she's on his case is making me feel like Morgan did it. I know, like, that's what I feel too, like, but wouldn't that be too... Like, we already know that from episode 0 that she killed those girls. Wouldn't that be too much if she also killed this guy? Like, I feel like he's actually her friend. But maybe I'm mistaken and that's just a front. The guy trusted her so much that he sent her this android person to help her out. But maybe the android person is actually more of like something to bother her and like have to be with her and like get all the facts and details at the same time. I have no idea. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure, whatever. Make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found Father. Like in the movies? Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Oh shit, here we go. Now we're in it. Crime scene, crime scene. Evidence, evidence. There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras that they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. A chessboard and a data pad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is... I think it's a game. I think it's like the chess moves. Can we talk for a second that Morgan is literally using a rogue android that has access to government records? No, literally, like, this is so illegal on many fronts. And she had the android lie because it's capable of lying, because it's not, like, the same as every other android. It actually has, like, its own personality and free will. So, like, there's a lot of, like, funny business going on here. All to prove that he didn't kill himself. And I'm sure he didn't, but like, it's all gonna come pointing back to you, Morgan. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play, Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. She has unlimited power. You thought this was a murder mystery, but it's really just Morgan gets away with murder. Apparently so. Like, they frame it as a murder mystery, but then the mystery is revealed. She was the killer all along. But I really just feel like, I don't know if maybe I'm just, like, I'm not catching the vibe, but I really feel like she wouldn't kill her friend. She seemed genuinely a bit, like, upset about that, but I can't tell because these are drawings, okay? But I don't know. To me, it always seemed too boring, too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? It's true. It's true. If someone's just like really smart at chess, you cannot win with luck or anything. They just know how to win. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? He didn't want people peeping in. Police androids monitoring the scene. I'd almost mistake them for the real thing. The way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. What else we got? Says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect him to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Better take a closer look. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. Spilled alcohol. The arcs show how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle, it's clean. So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because this spill might not be what was in the cup. I feel like they should test the cup as well. 2 cups, 1 empty, knocked over, and 1 mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses they got him. Arx says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. They didn't test the knocked over one, did they? They didn't explicitly say they tested the knocked over one. Also, it's funny that he had red solo cups out in his freaking dining room. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Ooh, inconclusive could mean something. Yeah, it could. Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. Actually, I'm glad they're like giving me these terms because I actually don't even know what this means. Okay. Oh, I got the evidence now. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. Penumbra's set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers? Plural? I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, 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 and Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Cochler, Gustav, Prince, and Prince. I was close. That actually was close. She named 4 names even. Johnson and Johnson and Johnson and Johnson. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you'd like to watch. What does that even mean? I don't know, needed a moment to think. So that was it? One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead or even ill from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras. There's no cams in the lab or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Oh my god, we got so much evidence from that. We got the cup that he drank out of, the upright cup, and the witness's testimony. All right. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take-home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Oh my gosh. It's this one. Warm android blood saves soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private named Withheld was wounded during a military operation, whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. This story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worthy of their price tag, and then some, and people in the Capitol are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathings said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians. And I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down and enable Chrome so you can get the user experience you deserve?" Interesting. I almost wonder if the person who tried to kill David was kind of like against this potential military contract with the warm android. This is that article that I've seen going around, but why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. Easy PR or military contract. It's a nice fat bump in PR for Noble, one of their ads saving a soldier's life. Except they weren't... Oh, okay. Girl. Here we go. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting, and one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. He had executive level? Hold on. This is probably some bougie health insurance. Includes private EMS services on standby. Not like most people at all. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement. Huh? That's what the cams show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? Are you hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. That's a fridge? It must be a fancy looking fridge, I guess. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. What else we got? Messy workspace, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals, or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. Good deduction. 3 unwashed dishes in a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witnesses' prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink, they were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. What? This person is... Why is the android AI person is superstitious? Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What? You think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames? That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition. It's an ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care, then. If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Hold on. I knocked over the salt shaker, right? That's really good evidence. Thank you. I hope we do use that in the future. Okay. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Yeah, during the pause screen, I did notice her eyes literally, they glow even brighter than they look here. And the barcode on her hair too. Like, why are they so red? And that doesn't happen to any other like feature of anyone else's body. Like, I'm scared. She's looking at me. Along with a 500 noble megs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? Oh, I bet it's real bad, mama. 12:21 p.m. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but is creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean? In this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. Heartbreak killer? They're not forgetting about the Heartbreak Killer. She thought everyone would move on, but they all are rallying behind the Heartbreak Killer. Maybe they think the Heartbreak Killer striked again here. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol or a following? Or these, whatever these people are. And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? 'Cause Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. No, literally, it's just conspiracy theorists, and they just want to latch onto the latest conspiracy, which just happens to be the Heartbreak Killer. This is not gonna end well for Miss Morgan. Blow the whistle on heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid. She gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. What is that? Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on. It's also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications. Yeah, so it's just conspiracy theorist things. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they've outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm android so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Man without an involuntary. Okay. Cyberpunk counterculture. You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on Harco crops? They're putting something in the food. Those people. Heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have. Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think that they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. She's getting too into it with this android. I fear. Yeah, why did you kill 6 people, Morgan? What was the reason? If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? Uh-oh, she's revealing too much of her character to the android. This android's too sentient. It's not just a machine, Morgan. If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Oh, wow. She's saying 6 little kills. What's that compared to? Something that probably could have been prevented. And we don't even get to see what it was. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tag on another 183% for the birth defects. Oh, maybe her family was like impacted by this disaster. 413,000 dead. And there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison. Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Ooh, she's spitting. Why is she spitting? She's low-key like, she's a little spiritual. She's a little like, not just superstitious, but she has like, almost like moral, some kind of moral, what am I trying to say? Like values that she stands for. Morgan, that kind of gagged Morgan. That kind of gagged her. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs. Fascists. Noble owns the cops. Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Sarah is on to Morgan in a weird way. Miss Android. She's not meshing. And I feel like Morgan's getting too loosey-goosey with her, thinking of her like not as a person, or like... She's just like, oh yeah, that's just like an android. I just answer whatever stupid ass questions they're saying, but... She's getting a little too loosey-goosey. There's really nothing to say. But I feel like she's like getting combative. She's getting defensive a bit. Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong. It's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so we traded freedom for safety. Individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. Very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Yes, Emma. Okay, Emma is speaking real because she's like, we can't just complain if we didn't really do anything. Like, this is just the way things are, and you have to deal with it day by day. I do really like Sarah's hair color. Love the teal with the orange. It's really cute. I really love the design of Emma. Like, I like how the people have like eyeball. It's like eyelashes, but it's actually their eyeball is like shaped in a triangle form. Like, I love that. And I guess they all kind of got like Sharingan eyes. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged? But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is The only moral way to act is do whatever it takes to win. Oh my god, they're so similar. I feel like they would get along in another world. They just want to win the gamble. That's why they're in the game. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. It is very anime. This is literally like Kakegurui, like that gambling anime with the girl. That's like what's happening here. We're low-key playing Kakegurui. I like that you're the bad guy in this game, low-key though. It definitely makes it more interesting, like especially knowing now, like in the first episode, or I guess episode 0, you kind of are like, you're basically told it, but it's not like confirmed until the end. But now with episode 1, like you know full well, like she is a killer. But like you're kind of getting the perspective of like the killer was still just like low-key like going about their day, doing their job. Kind of having a normal life. It definitely makes it like the stakes are higher. I almost want like, it's obviously bad, but like as I'm playing as her, I like want to side with her. Like I need to win. Like I can't have people finding out about like these bad things. Like that would throw a wrench in all our plans. Ugh, thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. Okay. That was really loud car. I don't know if you heard that. That's kind of scared me. So we proceed down the hall. Bear left, look for the 4th door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Well, that's not him. Oh, hey! Oh, is this the morgue worker? Come on in, don't stand out there in the cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. She looks edgy, love her. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's so weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of posting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Oh, mama. You know I will. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change, after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renigen Medical over 25 years ago, and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. They are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century in the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renigen board member Mireille Ikaria had this to say. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. And the only ones uncomfortable with that are... Alright. The Ikaria, guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a new image. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias, assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. What does that have to do with this? A lot of what seems to be unrelated stuff. That's a lot of screens. There's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything. And I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes. But this year I started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work. Helps me use up the screens. I see. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers who want to blame the mod for failing, mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job, it's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, What was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. I didn't even realize it was. Really cute. The skin is... That's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell. They really are warm. She liked that. She took that as a compliment. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, felt like they were almost running a fever. And they ran like it, too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? I would like the tox screen. The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something. But the tox screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you first forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. And even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. Whoa. New chemical compound discovered in the blood of now deceased Dr. David Asher. So, whoever killed the doctor, this might not be what killed him, actually. The compound, it's not necessarily poisonous because people don't know what that is. But if it was poisonous, someone who literally created a whole new chemical compound used it on David. Otherwise, it could not be poison, but we really don't know. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual privacy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back, but for the rest of the field... Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified if it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. This is getting complicated. Like, I'm low-key getting confused. But basically, what I'm thinking is what's happening is the drug could have been invented already, but since they patent it and keep it a secret, there's no records of it, but it might have existed already for quite some time. I think that's what they're getting at, in many words. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only or a controlled substance, one you might know by another name, but with a patented structure. Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Wow, we learned a lot just now. We learned a lot. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites. Nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? Uh-oh, we're gonna see dead body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining. I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how with your salary it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? I deny. You have your cigarette backwards. Okay, so... So she was so shaken she couldn't hold her cigarette right. I don't know if that's what that was. Oh? Lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. Declared dead at 8:25 p.m. in ICU. Redacted presiding. What does that mean? What does what mean? Cause of death, respiratory failure, unknown substance detected in bloodstream, approximately 1820 mg total. The loud curling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, WTH is talk screen. Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? The big old text flash over her not knowing how to smoke. I almost feel like these parts that are like text flashing, it's like evidence that they used for a different case. Because I feel like they're doing it when it's kind of like something they said that might be of note. That it might be like a clue for something in the future, because that's what was happening in episode 0. So I feel like it's something like where it's like one that she said earlier was like some people are squeamish around the dead body, and she was like that won't be a problem, and that was like a big old flash text. Then it was like her smoking. I don't know if that's like potentially tampering with evidence, or if that's like something that people can use against her in the future. That's what I'm guessing. All right, that's back into cold storage for him. So need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True. People are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. I feel like the smoking is tampering with evidence because she smoked last time to hide the smell or something. Yeah, she did. She did that to hide the gunpowder smell. Like, how are you gonna smoke inside a morgue with a dead body? But clearly a gun was not involved, so I don't know what kind of smell evidence there might be. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. All right, I feel like I need to like end soon, so I'm going to play through whatever this next like kind of like arc is, and then I'll pause and I'll continue next time. But this has been crazy. Up on-ramps and down off-ramps above skywalks and under tram lines, the buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lochcun, Tethys, Neath, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Like, the vocab's getting a little too advanced. I'm gonna shower and make food so I can stream Sonic. Okay, have fun. I'm excited to watch some glitchy Sonic gameplay. So if I'm not back before you end, then have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, I will, and thank you for being here and witnessing this crazy journey. And I will be tuned into your stream. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him, and David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. All right. Northeastern HQ. I want to end here, but I also want to get more evidence. Sublobby A8. Okay, let me think. Maybe I can collect a little bit more evidence, then I'll wrap it up. Sure. I want some more evidence. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve the mood. Okay, here we go. This is good. Get some more evidence. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds here? probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves? You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. He looks ill. Struggles with solving captchas. Mia. He literally looks ill. He's been working too hard. Okay, I think we're gonna save here before we get into something that's like gonna take too long. I just feel like we're gonna have a really long conversation with this guy. So we'll just stop before we get into something new. I had a wild ride. That was kind of a crazy game we had going. Next time we play, hopefully we get to uncover a little bit more about what the hell's happening. Based on the preview, it looks like there's a lot of new characters, so I feel like we still haven't met everybody. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you Anthony Levy for being chatters. Thank you Pixis for self-promoing. I appreciate you all for stopping by, and I'm excited to come back to this game and see what the hell's up. How do I exit to the main screen? Anyway, have a good night, everybody. I'll be back with more murder mystery soon. Bye.